So I don't understand why the room will load and display as an object, but not as a room. Oh boy, is that annoying. Okay, A is not dropping an object anymore. What is up with that? No. My draw should contain draw rooms. Wait, when did we get a $200 donation? That doesn't make any sense. Oh, donations. Total, plural. Okay. So let's see if this still works. Yeah, you guys have been great. Now I can't see anything. Now none of it's working. I don't get it. It should be able to draw objects. So my draw should, display objects. Okay, so the objects are being dropped. I just can't see them for some freaking reason. Because the object count's going up to the max, which is now 10. But there is no, there's no display of it. So something has changed. Just in case, that's it. It really shouldn't be it, but it might be it. So we're only gonna load ref and load room objects. Yeah, that should be right. For some reason, it's not loading it. We're all in here. I don't get it. Okay, let's see. File and run. There should be 4 objects, and I should be able to see them. But I can't. Okay. Core 1w.zpdp. Okay, so it should be it. That should be done. Get rid of draw rooms. Yeah, I don't need the physics right now. So this is basically what I had before. It should have been working. And there's nothing around. So maybe it's the model itself. The model may have broken it or something. I don't know. Let's look for 1x1 and see if... Oh no, I got rid of it. Crap. Okay, let's see if it's in here somewhere. Okay, let's try that. If it's the model, then there is an issue with the model somehow that broke when we changed things somehow. I don't know. Okay, so this model loads, right? So what is wrong with the other ZTPs that they don't want to load, but this one does? What's special about this guy compared to these guys? This is 2.8, so this is wall, seal, floor, okay. And, wall, seal, floor. Oh, I hope they're not triangles. That would break a lot of stuff, actually. How do I check? What was it, N? It really shouldn't be. Yeah, these are quads. How do I do that? Space. Select faces, sides. Oh, okay. There's a handful of yeah, these triangles here might cause some issues. I don't know. I didn't notice these before. Set what to 3? Select faces by sides. 3. It says... Okay, well, what am I looking for in the lower left? It says eight of these are tries. Yeah, I mean, the ZTP should be able to handle a few tries, but I don't know if that's the issue here. Is this one solid piece? Because if so, what I can do is I can just merge these guys into one quad. But yeah, that might have been an issue there. Okay, so there. So let's try to do another export. What is this? This is the corner piece. No, it's a quad. It's a quadrilateral. It's just a trapezoidal shape. It's the same as all the other ones. So here, select faces. Why can't I find it? Faces. Shit, do I need to be in edit mode for that? So, 0 faces. And this is 138 out of 142. Uh-oh. 4 of them. What? 6? How are there 6? Ah. That's not good. Okay, we gotta fix that. That's even worse. So how do I merge the vertices or something like that? Is there a merge vertex button or something like that? Or V? Cannot rip selected faces. Okay, I'm on edge select, so one would think. And then what do I do? So V, I guess. Whoa, okay, undo. Did that fix it? That didn't look like it fixed it. V, escape. Okay, now select faces by sides. It's still being selected. Okay, how do I do that? But here's the thing. These guys here because now that happens. Because they were composing a different. Okay, I'm gonna need you to like write in complete sentences. Okay. So here's the thing: these vertices here and here are composing these faces. So it's not like they're not optional. I just need this face to only have 4 sides. So like physically move it. Okay. Let's see if this and this be deleted. But now I need to form a face on this. So how do I do that? It said X is delete. Dissolve vertices. Okay. How do I make sure that these normals are correct though? Can I see where do I see the normals? Oh, okay. Well, that's a quick check. Wrong one. Nope, that wasn't it. I can't seem to select the correct one. Okay, so I do this, and I hit G and Shift Z. Yeah, this is not the correct one, is it? Let me try to just dissolve these vertices right here. Oh, that didn't work. So then how do I disconnect them? Cannot rip selected faces. So I select this one and I press V. It can't rip them. Only the edge. Okay. Alright. Okay, I need to rip that one and that one too. Oh, crap. Okay, we got a raid in like the worst part of the stream, too. Okay, so guys, I promise if you stick around for another like 20 or 30 minutes, we'll figure out what's going on. So right now, I'm having a trouble getting the model that I'm working on to load onto the Sega Saturn. The other one was working, this one is not. It has something to do with the number of sides on each face. Sega Saturn needs 4 sides per face. Some of them have 3, some of them have 6. That's kind of a problem. But let me just roll back for a minute. Right now I'm doing a 13-hour charity stream for Extra Life. It's a little bit late, but, you know, better late than never. We're raising money for Arnold Palmer Hospital for Children. You'll find the link down below. I ask that you please donate something to Arnold Palmer. Doesn't have to be a lot, just, you know, something. In the meantime, I also have an ongoing contest going on if you're interested in homebrew development. So if you go to emeraldnova.com, there is a homebrew game competition, so everyone's free to enter. There's cash prizes. There's thank you for the follow. Oh my goodness, I'm gonna kill myself trying to say this one. Melchizedek, Melchizedek or Melchizedek? Melchizedek 6809. Hi everyone. Okay. Okay. So what you caught me, BioRex has been kind enough to provide me with some art that I can use, some 3D models for the game to load up to try and make this dungeon. Unfortunately, I'm having a few issues with getting some things to load. Okay, I can do that. So this is the 1x3. Thing is, all the new models that you sent me have the same exact problem. That's why they're not loading. But the old 1x1 model does. So let me... here's my 3D assets. Yeah. So like I said, guys, if you have a little bit of patience, you'll see the Sega Saturn be not procedurally generating. We're going to get to that, but it will be generating a dungeon environment. Or at least, you know, kind of like a navigable environment. A map, more or less. Programmatically. Hopefully. Okay, so let's go through our import process again. Delete the square, because no one ever uses the square, or the cube, or whatever. Gotta load in 3D model, and you just gave me... what? Oh boy. What did you just give me? You gave me the 1x3. So where is it? Oh, there it is. What in God's... what is this? Okay, let's try that again. I almost feel like we would have... because we got it right the first time. I feel like I could have figured out how to do that the tear and rip thing, but yeah. From now on, Sega Saturn, all polygons are quadrilaterals, never more or less than 4 sides. What preset? What are you talking about? Oh, okay, so those were all the rooms at once. So this thing that you just sent me now, this one is good, right? Okay, we rotate about Y for 180. Okay. Select, so we can go to edit mode. Okay, so before we do anything crazy, let's just check. Select faces by sides. We're looking for 4. We have 126 out of 126. Perfect. Okay. So now let's paint our materials. All the coplaners we're gonna make with actually no, let's paint everything first. Wall, sign, coplaners on the top. That's our ceiling. So ceiling, if I recall correctly, ceiling is blue, just to color code it. Coplaners, new material, floor, yellow. Okay, assign, and now we're ready for export. So let's export the object file as, oh my goodness, can't remember where it is. So it's going to be, this is the 3 door, so it's going to be core 3, the object, We're going to take core 3. We're going to put it through the model converter for the Saturn. Wrong folder. Where is it? No, that's that. That's that. That's that. Here we go. Core 3, replace, and convert the model. So we get... Okay, 0 keyframes, scale of 1, in/core, core 3, and ready. So let's go back, overwrite, and we will try to load in core 3 as opposed to core 1 by 1. And if that's a fix, then unfortunately I'm going to ask you to fix all the other ones similarly. But yeah, it looks like it won't crash the Saturn, but it will reject the program if you have the wrong number of sides on your polygons. It still doesn't want to load it. What's up? It should have loaded it. What's special about 1 by 1 that's different from... Okay, I mean, just let me do a quick sanity check just to make sure that I haven't lost my freaking mind. There, so you see 1 by 1 is loading. That's good. Alright. So we have one room, one corridor room that can load. Alright. So, let's go back to the Blender file. First off, select base by side. Edit mode first. Select base by side. I have 260 out of 260 are, yeah, or 126 out of 126 are 4-sided. There are no 3s, 2s, or there's nothing less than 3. There's nothing higher number. It's just, they're all 4s. So that's not the issue. 126 is not a particularly high count, so that's not the issue either. So what could be the issue? Let's turn on backface culling. No, this looks exactly right. So what is wrong? Why does this not work but the other one do? Okay, let me save as core3.blend. Okay, it's just a mishmash of quads, and I'm perfectly okay with that. Oh, let me slice this up. So what was it? Control R, Shift R? No. Control R. There we go. Control R. Control R. R. Yeah, this model looks fine. That's the thing. I don't think there's nothing special about your windows that should cause it to not work, because it's literally just a deformed door. Okay, let's save that, and let's try to export as an object file. Let's just double check all these things. Include edges, right? Don't include, oh crap. Somehow include UVs got written in there. That might have screwed things up. It doesn't know what to do with UVs. You can't UV map. Objects is object files. Write materials. Write normals. Include edges. Apply modifiers. Is there a backface culling thing that I need to remember to check? How do I make a preset? Saturn. Okay, I think I figured it out. Selection only, animation, apply modifiers, use modifiers, render setting, include edges. Nope, nope. Write normals, yes. Include UVs, no. Write materials, yes. Triangulate faces, no. Never triangulate faces. Write NURBs, polygroups. I don't know what that is. Material groups. Well, we'll find out what happens. Okay, Core 3. Export. Okay, we'll take Core 3 out of 3D model and shove it into there and redo it. All right. Take Core 3, copy it into CD folder. Okay, and then Core 3 should run. It's not drawing. Something is different about this model. I don't know what changed, but something changed in this model to make it different, to cause it to not want to export correctly. Maybe it's that? I don't suppose anyone can remember what I did earlier in the day or what these looks like. What's strga? I have no idea what that means. Apply... What? I don't understand what you mean. Okay, first off, what's... Okay, Control A. Apply all transforms. Okay, I think I did it. Okay. Well, where's that option? I don't see apply all transforms here. Okay, well, let's try again. Hey, Shane, are you on? Shane, are you able to look back earlier in the stream to when I was exporting the first thing? Unfortunately, I can't tell you. I can tell you that after the model actually shows up, it's already been exported once. So I had to have exported at some point to do it correctly. But if we could figure out what checkboxes I was using, that might solve the problem. 3. Yeah, that's what I figured. Oh well, thanks. Okay, maybe let's delete this thing just in case. It broke? Ah, I'm sorry, but I just don't know. It would be here. Let me try to go back in my history. I mean, honestly, you'd have to go back in the chat log to figure that out. I honestly can't tell you. It'd be much earlier on. Okay, did you just send it to me now? All right. Import object from the same place you were just at. I don't know why you keep changing. Okay, so it was 1x3. Tape by 180. Actually, shouldn't the door be facing south? Let me see. Rotate Z 90. There we go. Edit mode. Okay. Okay, so we do what? Space, apply, all, okay. Control A. I have all transforms to deltas. That's all I have. Okay, I did it. I don't know what that accomplished, though. Because that wasn't necessary the first time around. I don't understand what changed this time. While I'm here... This checks out. Four, three. Okay, so it exported that time. Okay. And take this and drop it in here. Okay. Let's try loading it again. So, which room do you mean by the room? Huh. Well, that's this is something different. Okay. The walls are not appearing, which is unfortunate, but we are seeing something. Uh-oh. Hey, BioRex, did you notice these things are not lining up? Are the doorways centered on each side? Okay. Because it looks like they're not lining up. And there's other problems, obviously. We'll get to those when we get to those. Also, these guys appear to be facing the wrong direction. Okay. But we have something approaching. Okay, we'll do this again. New. Delete. Import the 3x3 object file. Alright, real quick, before I do anything, let me go to the export and just remember forward is minus z, y up is y up. Okay, well, I'll just remember this for now and say that the front was facing. Oh, actually, this should be facing the other way, shouldn't it? Yeah, that way. Okay. Well, it definitely should be centered, otherwise it's going to be very hard to tile these things. So let me just examine some of these vertices. This feels centered. This is... Yeah, I don't understand these transformations. This is oh, this is off center by a fair bit, actually. Okay, the thing that you just sent me. All right, let's do another one. Rotate Z90. Okay, let's apply the materials first. Not that. Okay, thank you. So let's save this one as Core 3 and try to export it. Back to the model converter. No, not that. There. Core 3. Okay, it's there. Let's try putting it in here. And do another load. I don't know what happened to the walls to make them disappear. Maybe I didn't apply the materials correctly or something. Crap. It happened again. Let me see. Well, at least the entrances are lined up. Just subdivided weirdly. But the walls are not showing up, and neither is the ceiling. And why would that be? Okay. Ringmean only has one material slot. I have 3 materials assigned to it. What did you realize? Okay. Should that affect anything? I mean, I'm doing the same thing I was doing the first time. Is it possible for you to roll back to the first thing that you sent me? The first corridor? Because I don't know what you changed between then and then, but the first corridor just worked. It's a good thing I didn't lose that file, but... Okay, let's see what happens when I turn on backface calling. There's no backface calling on these guys? Oh no. Oh, the normals and everything is all whacked out. It's upside down? Okay, I need to invert every normal. How do I do that? Flip normals? Okay. Okay, this is what it should look like, but then when I was standing on it, I was seeing the bottom correctly. So what does that mean? Okay. Oh wait, let's make sure that that reset was correct. Okay, it was good. Let's So we were backface calling everything somehow, but that wouldn't explain why I couldn't see them from the outside. So let's see if this this improves things a little bit. Okay, am I still displaying Core 3? Yes, okay. And now there's nothing. So it somehow got worse. How did it get worse? Backface calling is correct. The materials appear to be correct. Something you changed between the first time you made one of these models and all this stuff has severely distorted it. What did you do the first time you made those models? Because I was working up the thing you gave me like a couple of weeks ago, and it worked great. Like here, I'll try opening up. Where's 1x1? Let me get my garbage bin back open. I'm sure I have Core Y-X1 in here somewhere. Right? Or was it just called corridor? I think I just called it corridor as a Blender file. Yeah, this guy. So this guy works great. So what's different about this guy? Because he just works. Oh, okay. So let's attempt to export him and see if I can recreate the process. For test, no UVs. Objects as objects, write materials, write normals, include edges. Okay. It does. The back face is being called. So when you're looking at it from a certain direction, it won't show you the ceiling. So you can see through the walls via the camera and what have you. So it's working as intended. Okay, core test. Let's try that. Whoa, what's going on there? Okay, so maybe something is broken with my export. Because something got severely screwed up here. So it's the export settings, but the thing is, I won't be able to see the export settings unless I go back through the stream and figure out, like, when did I actually do the import earlier? Okay. It says include UVs. It shouldn't be able to do UVs, but let's try that. No, not there. There. Oh wow, this song is awful. What is this? Skip that one. Nope, still broken. So what changed? The thing is, the code still works for 1x1. So if I do 1x1, it shouldn't really matter if the faces are... Well, actually... I guess they should. I mean, the Saturn can handle non-planar quads, and it'll draw them. Yeah, so see, this one still works fine. So the code is able to take in a valid ZTP and draw it out. It's doing its job. So it's something to do with the export. The export, I mean, the model converter can only do so much. Okay, let me try .old. Yes, I want to change it. And we'll rename core test as 1x1. Try again. Yeah, it's not the name, it's the file. Something in my export is breaking it. Okay, that broke it. So that was the wrong kind of export to do. Did I actually do that? Not that one. This one. Okay. This time we rate materials and normals. Okay. That broke too, so it's missing something else. So I'm going to slowly add things in until it starts working again. So what's the next thing? Edges, maybe? Okay, I'll try that after this one. Jeez, okay. There, okay. So that should do. Let's export as core test again. Nothing shows up. So that cube didn't load, and I'm thinking. Actually, let's go back to this thing. Ceiling, floor, wall. These have not changed since well, early today, basically. So these should still be working. This model is incredibly uncomplicated. Here's some backface culling. It's just a cube. Actually, let me make sure it's tries to quads. Maybe that was a problem. Where's the option for tries to quads? Okay. Let's try that one then. I'm gonna go ahead and stop this song right where it is because I don't want to hear it. You turn off UVs for this one too. It's still not showing up. What has changed? Try it with the UVs. No, not that one. There. That was never a problem before, but I'll try that after this. And it's not there again. Okay. Thing is, the camera and light were there before. Right? That's there. That's there. That's there. Okay, I don't get it. Wait, how can you tell that? What's going on? They all look identical to me. Okay, so now they all have something. Okay. Let's try that again. Okay. So, the export requires... reset defaults. Requires object files, doesn't require UVs. Trying to figure out what could have possibly changed. It's some setting. I just have to keep playing with the export settings, but it's a kind of a slow process to go through all that. Shane, I don't suppose you figured out what my export settings were last time I was trying to export one of these things? Like, when was the last time you... when's the first time I'm playing in Blender on this stream? That should show something. Just to prove that I'm not crazy, I will again try to load up 1x1. Something is just different about 1x1. I don't get it. You're looking for the export settings on Blender where I'm... Oh, that's right. This is the broken one. So when I'm going in here and I'm exporting the model, I'm looking for what I checked over here, or what settings I used in order to get what I needed to get. There's... One of these checkboxes was there before, causing everything to kind of work. So this is broken. This old one should still work. I mean, the time would be very early on. One of the first things I did, once BioRex got into chat, or when I did the ceilings, I had to do the ceilings. So before there weren't any ceilings, I had to make the ceiling textures. One of the first things I did, and after I made the ceiling textures, I had to apply them to the model, and then export it, so that these blues and yellows would show up. So in order to do that, I had to export them. So if you see these guys inside of the engine, that means it's gone too far. So before then, at best, it would have been like the first couple hours of the stream. But see, this model just works. This model works with this code. There's nothing special about this. Here, let me find in all open documents. This only shows up once. So this is the only reference to this. So this by itself should be enough to change the model. So this model works. Thank you, Shane. So I'm going crazy here, trying to figure out what changed. So if we just try to go ahead and naively import 1x1.object from way back. So I'm talking about hey, where's 1x1 on here? There's MTL. Here, this guy. Here, let me just completely close out of Blender, okay? Corridor.blend was working. Okay, with corridor.blend working, that we know, we should be able to export into an object. As apply modifiers, include edges, write normals, include UVs, write materials, and objects as objects. I have no clue. I have no clue what you use to do this. But that's not really the issue, because I had to make that cube, and that cube also didn't work. Oh, crap. What gets me is that this thing partially works. There's one sign right here, and nothing else. Just one of these faces is working. I can't even tell. It's okay. So it's the lower face of it's a lower face of the room. But what's special about that one specifically to cause that to work and not the others not? Just this face right. Okay, well, let me get into edit mode. That face. That's the only face that's showing up out of everything. It doesn't make any sense. Probably around the same time, actually. Very close to it. I think right after I was looking up UV mapping, I was exporting something. What timestamp are you talking about? Okay, exclude UVs. Okay, let me, where's that room loader thing? There's load rep. My draw. A loop. Load rooms. Okay, there we go. Let me try to elevate these guys. Maybe that'll reveal something. $316. You're looking for the export options when I export as an object. So I go to export, waveform object, and I need to figure out what was over here that changed that caused everything to break. Okay, so let's take another look. They're going to be elevated, so we're going to be able to see underneath, so maybe we'll be able to see the floor or something. Oh, they're too low. I have to put a negative in there. Okay, so you can see the floors from underneath. Oh, okay. Thank you, Shane. Apply modifiers, include edges, write normals, include UVs, write materials. Was there anything else besides that? Well, we are far above the blue ones, so that's not what's working here or what's not working. But the backface culling on these ones specifically... Actually, these guys look like they're upside down, don't they? The yellow is supposed to be the floor. So then why does it look like this thing's upside down? Well, here part of the export is changing the axes. So if I'm following the screenshot Shane showed, mine is Z forward, Y up. That should be the correct ones. Apply fire. Okay, so let's include UVs. Thing is, I don't see what he put down below here, so I don't know if anything changed there. But it worked that time, right? Yeah, so what gives? So something that was working, using the same settings, has suddenly stopped working. Yeah, I'm using the right version of Blender. Make sure everything is well out of the way so I can make sure that I'm looking at the right things. Okay, I just made that. Copy that. Put it in here. Okay, so you can see the floor from underneath. It means the backface calling is not working correctly on that one. But you can't see the ceiling from above. And what else could have changed? Let's turn off the background and see what happens. I mean, here's the thing. No, it works with the other thing, so why wouldn't it work here? That shouldn't change anything. Yeah, it was upside down. I had to change that. It shouldn't. It really shouldn't, but I would have fixed that by rotating. So actually, let me try rotating. Hey, what gives? Hey, this axis looks like it's completely off. Is this something I changed earlier? How do I... Okay, when you say the origin is not centered, does that mean I need to move the origin? Or do I need to move the object? Okay, how do I move the origin? Because that's probably throwing a lot of things off. I'm sure I believe these numbers. Okay, so Shift S, cursor to... There is no cursor to world origin. Okay, so... Okay, Shift S. The options that you are saying do not exist on the thing. When? So I'm pressing Shift S. For some reason... Oh, no. Okay, what about 2.79? Blender, move, origin. Okay, well, I was waiting and you didn't say anything, but here it is. Cursor to center. Okay, so cursor's at center now. Now what? Okay. Now let's rotate. I don't know if moving the origin at all might have had an effect on how this thing worked. Yeah, I'm aware, but okay, so maybe moving the origin had some sort of effect. I don't know. I'm trying everything at this point. I don't understand why one CTP file works and the others don't. They're made the same way. Is it the number of vertices? No, because I'm using the same thing. I'm trying to remake the same thing I made earlier. It's just not working. Okay, well I can get one texture to load up. So everything with that one texture loads. Why doesn't everything else load? What's special about that texture? That. Okay. So what's special about Material 3? None of them have textures on them, so it's just materials. It's just blank materials. I can try to apply Flora to everything. Delete. It got bigger. Or at least I think it did. Okay, well now the whole room loads. But that raises more questions like, why doesn't it work the first time? And what changed about those materials to cause that to happen? But now I can load up the room and just, I mean, that's what I'm about to do. Soul foam, I can't actually follow what you're saying. Wall. Okay. Oh, there's already a wall? Crap. Assign wall to everything. Okay. No, here's the thing though. The wall... Okay, let's rename this to junk. Go find wall. This is a brand new one. Assign to everyone. Can't even tell which way's up anymore. Coplanar. Select, assign that to the floor. And now we have ceiling. We're going to rename junk to floor. Okay. Wall. No, not wall. Sorry. Seal. Okay, that should work, right? Right? Oh, I got those backwards. Crap. Okay. Core test. For the 10 millionth time, we are going to export. Okay, I'm gonna compile like I'll use the restroom real quick. Oh boy. Okay. Now nothing works. Great. Wait a minute. So what's special about the floor material that causes only that to work? Let me lower the first one down to the ground. Floor works, right? Okay. All the normals are in the right positions. What causes floor to work as opposed to wall or ceiling? So, looking at... So, floor, for some reason, works. If anything, wall should be the one that works, and these other two would be the more recent examples that should break it. But for some reason, floor is the only one that works. Oh, okay, here's something. It says wall and ceiling only contain one color. That doesn't make any sense. Pixel depth 21024? Something broke. What could have broken? Because I'm not going to change these textures. Because that's just asking for trouble. They were working before. It has to be some way that this thing is being addressed. But for some reason, the model exporter is saying that it's broken. Wow, that is like the worst thing to have on my soundtrack. What is going on there? It's writing the textures incorrectly. It's saying it has one color when it should have four. It's also getting the pixel depth very wrong, which means it's parsing something incorrectly. Floor is the first thing loaded. What happens when we load wall first? Jeez. Same problem, even after I change the order. Wall is one color, but there should be four. Floor is the only one that had the correct color scheme on it. Maybe I need to open a new command prompt. Oh, that didn't solve it. Just close GIMP for now. Just examine floor without saving anything. Let's also close Blender. Restart from scratch. So, what is floor? Floor is a RGB 8-bit image. What about wall? Wall is RGB 8-bit. sRGB, okay. Yeah, nothing should have actually changed, so I don't expect to see anything different here. But I have to check. Okay, we'll try doing that. So let's start from the very beginning. Open up Blender. Okay, delete the cube. All right. So I believe this should be forward. We're going to import core 1x1.object. I180. Okay, this looks right. Now, let's just double check a few things. Backface culling appears to work right. Materials, floor, ceiling, wall. Traceable use mist. Does that happen with everything? Traceable use mist. Transparency. Okay, so there's no... I didn't touch anything down here in order for it to change anything. So let's try to do a straight export of whatever we have. Directly to core test. Okay. I should leave this ready to be included here. And drawn based off of this line. Okay. What? Okay, so that's odd because It should no. The material should not have a TGA assigned to anything. It shouldn't know what a TGA is. Okay, so how do I duplicate this? Arrow down on the right, okay. Copy material, paste material, paste material. Paste material. Okay. Let me delete this entirely. Oh boy, lyrics. Okay, so I deleted it so that we can start absolutely fresh. So here's a new core test. Let's delete this one and this one. All right. Like this. Replace it with this. And build. Nope. And if we look over here, I think we'll find the same issue. One color and then 4 colors. So what changed? So let me try replacing this with, I guess, test box. This is an older thing, but it should have worked. So the old test box works. But for some reason I can't make a new room. Also the test box is incorrectly oriented, but whatever. What's special about floor? Why does floor get to be displayed while others do not? Why is floor listed first? It's not in alphabetical order. Okay. Wall, floor, and ceiling. Floor was the only one that was working, right? Okay, yeah. So that floor was the only one working, so now we replaced everything with copies of floor. Huh. And then we're going to re-export. It didn't work. The color depth is still wrong. It's something to do with the model. What is special about this one in particular? There's something special about material somehow. Something just fundamentally broke with the texture and the model loader. Maybe I can try getting rid of everything that's not relevant. How did it screw up on there, huh? Oh, okay. I screwed up on the typing the path. Nope, that wasn't it. I'm convinced it's something inside of Blender. So here, let me download the file you originally gave me a while back. Let me see. Okay. Okay, let's just close out Blender completely. Open a fresh instance. Okay, this is definitely the original because I did change a few things. So first off, I need to move it by 5 here, or -5, and 5 here. Okay, second, let's go into edit mode. Tries to quads. Okay. Okay. What was the last thing? Let's look at backface culling. That's correct. And now we apply textures. So let's apply one texture. But wall. Okay. I don't want to save that because I don't know if it's going to work, but I'll export it. Let's try a shorter name. Corti. What just happened? This is incorrect. It's saying wall only has one color. It has several. So yeah, what gives? What if I were to rename it to, what was it, floor? Okay, try exporting that. export. What is going on? It only wants to take in floor. It doesn't make any freaking sense. Do I need to put another letter in there? I didn't have to before, but now apparently I do. I don't know what's going on. Doesn't like wall. But it likes floor. What is wrong with wall.tga? WALL. Total of one color. Pixel depth 21024. Let's try naming it something with 5 letters. It's the only thing I've got left that I can think of. So it'll do it when I have 5 letters in there. This is absolutely bizarre. So let's try. Let's try assigning new material. So this should be seals. Ceilings are blue. Floor is yellow. There's no way that this shouldn't be how it works, though. Like, this is a severe problem. Oh my goodness, Mr. Copfield. Okay, so the tiredness isn't from the time so much as it is from the frustration. I spent like the last 2 or 3 hours trying to figure out why this model exporter is bugging out on various textures. So I solved the problem by adding a 5th letter to the names of all the broken textures, but otherwise changing nothing. and it doesn't make any sense. So if I put Quart in my CD folder, is it in here? There it is. Save, run. If this works, I'm going to be very upset. Not because I have it working, but because it shouldn't have taken this to fix it. It doesn't make sense, that the fix that I had to do if this works. So apparently, before XL2's model converter could take in 4-letter textures, but now can't? Oh boy. Well, they're upside down, but that's a solvable problem. Oh my goodness. It started when I started trying to do the exact same thing, except to various new textures. So, the solution is apparently to just re-export everything with an extra letter attached to all the freaking texture names. And it worked. Freaking worked. Alright, let's open up all the other Blender files. Okay. Seal is now seals. Wall is now walls. Save. Export. Object. Let's get rid of all these old ones. So Core 1W. Yeah, Frowling Letter. Yeah, I know. And it wasn't a problem before because I was using those exact names the first time I got things working, and they worked. What was it? I forgot. So it was Core 1W, right? Okay. 444. Colors are correct. Replace. Core 1W. We'll see how the windows look in my freaking engine. It shouldn't do that. Okay, so only issue is that the door is facing the wrong way, and that's like the most non-issue of non-issues I can think of. But it works. Yeah, it works. This is the most upset I've ever been about fixing something, because it shouldn't have needed fixing. Okay, let's Okay, so forward is Y positive, right? And up is Z positive. But when I export, it flips around. So I need to do Y negative. No. Forward is Z positive. Okay. Wait, just real quick, it's sanity check. Okay, let's, I should have been on, procedural dungeons by now, for all the time I spent trying to figure out this bug. Okay, so this thing's upside down, first problem. Second problem is it's facing the wrong way. So, let us switcheroo. Forward should Okay, y up should be y minus up. Okay, there we go. Z forward, probably Z minus forward. Okay, let's try that. No, not there. There. Oh, because flipping around the Y is already going to do what I think I need it to do anyway. You're right. Z positive forward. Let's go ahead and save that default. Okay. Let's get rid of the offsets in here. Yep, that's what needed to happen. That is the correct thing. Now let's do all the others. S. S. And all the problems from the last 3 hours are solved. This looks backwards. It should be Z forward minus Y up. Or let me... There we go. Okay. So fam is humping. Can you translate that to something I don't want to think about? Like, what is going on? Oh no, you have no idea what I've just been through. Like, you don't even... 9.5 hours. Just keep this list up on top. Okay, so, I've been spending the last 3 hours or so trying to figure out why, in God's name, the model exporter is not exporting the textures correctly and causing things to not appear. Turns out, it suddenly decided, while working before, that it no longer liked textures with 4-letter names. And it took me 3 hours to figure out that I had to add an S to the names of every texture in order for it to work. I spent so much time trying to figure it out. I thought we screwed up in Blender somehow. Okay, so let's try out 4 and see how that one works. I'm probably gonna grab another soda if this works out so I can stay awake and not be super upset. Looks like this guy's upside down. What gives? Did I export him wrong? Probably. And would you look at that? They all line up. Oh boy, it crashed. Why did it crash? Why would it crash? How can it crash? What is going on? Run again. And I cannot reproduce the error. There it is. Okay. Diagnosis. Ponent, I think I have an idea what it is, but I want you to try and say it before me. Because I think that these quads are too big and they're causing a drawing error when I'm going at the exact wrong angle or speed. There we go. That's exactly what I was going with. I think that's the same problem XL2 had. So we have to subdivide some polys. Good thing I don't mind doing that. Considering all the other crap I've had to put up with. What was it? Shift R? No. Control R. There we go. Control R. Thing is, these polys are way too big. So if I do this, it'll address part of the problem. Here's the thing, I shouldn't have to change the field of view, because 90 field of view on a 4:3 screen is just, that's just how things are done. And it seems excessive to change the field of view when, if I just subdivide these quads, it should work. No. Horizontal field of view on 4:3 should be about 90%, or 90 degrees. So, 4:3 FOV. There we go. Should be 90 horizontal, 74 vertical, right? Anyways, let me try this fix. I mean, you guys don't agree with it, but the problem is the quads were too big for the screen. Okay, so then where would I put that in? Because I have SL. Where's my SL? Yeah, I have SLZ display level at 7. What is this crap? Why am I getting why am I getting robots? Robots. Ah, crap! I lost the chat history. Okay, yeah, but what is the line of code that I put in here to change that? Because I'm pretty sure this line is the only thing related to screen distance display. I can. If I do 3, then it's just going to end up cutting off the corners again. Well, anyway, the subdivide's going to fix the problem for now, so... Yeah, this is what 3 gets you. I'm cutting off everything of relevance, everything around me. And it still crashes. The scale is 1. Okay. So what would you have me do then? Where do I even define the scale? Where's the drawing function? Okay, so how do I do that? Well, you can do that straight from here. You can do, okay, instead of a scale of 1, I'll do scale of 10, right? Because I'd rather not mess with Blender any more than we already have today. Okay, but then how do I get the size relative to the screen to be back to what they were? Because I'm not trying to be in this giant environment. Okay, so you guys are making me live in a much bigger environment than this thing's designed for, but how do you get it to actually display smaller? It's like, I'm going to open this thing up, and it's going to be huge. Okay, SL3, or display Z display 3 is ridiculous. I can't do that. I'm not going to be able to see anything. Yeah, it's like I'm playing Katamari. This is kind of silly. How is this right? Okay, but then how do I get it to display properly then, without using small numbers? Because the rooms need to be comparable to the screen size. Okay, Pona, can you try that again, but with actual instructions? What do you mean by display properly? What other math? I'm literally just putting down polys. The movement isn't the issue. Everything looks huge. Yes, it does. It looks ridiculous. It's ridiculously huge. No, it doesn't. It looks awful. I don't understand where you guys are coming from. Okay, let me just load up one of the other rooms. Where do I load the freaking thing? I think it was like 1W. Yeah, this is the scale it should be. This is 1x. Well, we can examine the we can examine the RAM here, but where would it show up? Okay, but do you guys actually know the Oh boy. Okay. Okay, where would I find those? What memory address are you guys talking about? Okay, yeah, but you still won't tell me where to look. You're not telling me a memory address. How am I supposed to look at something in memory if I don't know where to look? Oh, this thing isn't even gonna launch yet. Okay, yeah. Well, I gotta do this manually because Yaba crashes. Oh my goodness. Oh, I need to program my input too. Okay, well, I gotta get out of here, but here, in the doorway. Okay, I'll just go through all of them. One of these will pop out or something. What? Is 100 insane? I'm running out of things to look at. None of these look like they exploded. Where? I'm going. Down. The very last one. Okay. I am not a fan of this music here. Okay, there we go. So, that might be coming from the thing directly overhead? Yeah, so probably that one right there. Let's see if I can find the same one. Thing is, it won't let me move and view this at the same time. Yeah, but so this... So this problem seems like it could be solved by subdividing around in a circle in the doorway. Because you guys are saying I should make it feel like I'm an insect inside of this thing. Let me see if I can trigger a crash. Oh, okay. Well. Okay, so let's try changing the field of view then, and narrowing it down to something contemporary. So, I assume changing the field of view will automatically change it for the other direction as well to maintain 4-3. But what's the command to do that? And is that put at the beginning of the program, like over here? Okay. Well, let's see how it looks. You're right, that makes sense. Otherwise, the perspective wouldn't make any sense. Okay. So I kind of missed my peripheral vision, but, okay, there we go, it crashed again. Thing is, I was running through these rooms, or a different version of these rooms earlier, and I wasn't getting this specific error. So, like, if I change to 1x1, the first version, okay, but how do I maintain the scale but also make it, like, not claustrophobic? Or not the opposite, what, like, agoraphobic? Oh, there we go, this one crashed too. See, this wasn't happening earlier. And now it is. Because I was running through these earlier. This exact series of rooms. Well, I mean, this ZTP hasn't changed. Field of view just changed, but that should have made things better, not worse. SL display was always 7. I changed a letter in the file name. That's all I changed with the textures. Yeah. Okay, so here's the thing, though. We can try. Here, let me go back and redo the model converter and do a scale of 2. Yeah, I wasn't seeing it before. You guys somehow jinxed it, and then all of a sudden I'm seeing it. But before, I was running around the whole time, and nothing happened. I wasn't... I noticed occasionally the textures in the corner would pop out, but I figured, you know, whatever, good enough. So here, scale of 2 still crashes. So let's try scale 3. And with scale 3, that means the grid spacing needs to be 3. Change that here. But I was actually running a lot faster earlier, too. Like, I was playing with run speeds, so I had to get it down to this slow because it was getting too fast. Oh my goodness, this place looks huge. And it crashed again in the middle of the room. Do I need to raise the camera or something? So where's camera height? Camera default height. Let's do 3 times that. I commented out the SL scale, but it was literally just scaling everything by 1 fixed. Which, shouldn't be doing anything. It feels so slow. Okay, so... Okay, I need to increase the run speed by 3, because this is getting... Where did I put my run speed? Well, it's not crashing anymore. I just need to get the speed back up to replicate what it... I mean, I can live with this, but by just raising the camera. There we go. That's the run speed I was looking at. So, run, sneak, sneak run, walk, sneak run, sneak, run. Ah, and it crashed. I mean, in Blender, these rooms are 10 by 10. And it seems like it's working. Okay. How did it crash then? I feel like if I uncomment out that scaling line, where was it? There, this one. Okay, well, let me try to trigger that freeze again, because it was kind of a weird sequence of events to try and get there. Running, 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 running. Yeah, that didn't work. What do you mean Dwarven? I don't understand. Yeah, I can't trigger this the crash. It was just me running around and switching between sneak and sneak run and run. Well, I mean, I like this scale for a this is an appropriate scale for a dungeon. You should be surrounded by walls. You shouldn't be able to have a good field of view for what's going on next to you, around the corner. The environment should be comparable to you. Okay, it's an unreproducible crash. Okay, now I can't run anymore. What's going on? Oh, something weird happened. Oh, you know what? The suddenly 10 objects got created. I don't know how that happened. But A button for some reason got mapped to run, which means something's wrong with my controller. I think MedDefend is screwing around. I think I accidentally left in some vestigial object placement code in here, and I need to get rid of it. Here, let me, it's one of these inputs. Yeah, so this thing should have, not existed. Neither should have this. In fact, let's get rid of all this crap. This shouldn't be here. Yeah, A and B should just be, sneak, or B and Y should be sneak at least. Oh, that would be so annoying if that was the case. In which case, I can go back to scale 1, I guess, but... Because the math gets wonky, because now I have to multiply and divide everything by 3 to get everything to scale. Okay, so maybe that was it. Because earlier, that wasn't a problem. So let me try redoing it with a scale of 1. Because otherwise, I'm going to have everything divided by 30 or something like that. So, what one am I loading right now? Oh wait, wrong file. Let's do 1x1, and then camera height. Oh yeah, everything's 30 apart because of that freaking scaling factor again. Where's that grid? Wrong one. There. So the problem was probably that I had, while pressing a button or something like that, a massive amount of new geometry is being created, probably at a very inopportune angle or something. But here, this is scale 1. And let's do 1 window. Because it crashed here before. I mean, like I was saying, this thing was working perfectly before. It's just that I had to have some placement code in here when I was playing around with different models. And I just forgot to turn it off. But here, look, I'm running through these guys, and nothing bad seems to be happening so far. And I'm saying that specifically to try and trigger something bad happening. But I'm gonna re-export everything on scale 1 because I just like the scale of this thing. Look, this looks like a normal size window. Alright? Like this is an actual doorway. Okay. Now that is an issue. This stuff coming off the side of the screen, is that due to the field of view? Oh, that's bothering me. Do I have to crank up the field of view back up to make sure that doesn't happen? Look at that. What's up with that? I thought SL Display 7 would not have that happen. I don't like that. What's going on? Stuff is getting... Yeah, that shouldn't cut out. Okay. I'm going back to field of view 90. Or at least 85 or something like that. Let's crank it up. Let's do a compromise value. What is it? That's not looking. Okay. Where is that field of view? Compromise value of field of view. We do 75 just to see if that problem goes away. Let me re-export 4. There we go. Okay, so the reason I was trying to do all this other crap was because I was trying to get my room loader to actually work. And I want to see if it actually works now, because the display issues presumably have been solved. We're already at 10 hours in. Ooh-wee. Okay. I don't know why it's doing that, but it was doing that before. Oh, it doesn't show them. Why doesn't it show them? Crap. I had everything down. Okay, let me, I want to print out room. Okay, so where's draw? Draw room address. Oh, even better. Print rooms status. Okay. Okay. So then where's my print statement? Print. No, game object has a bunch of print statements. Own, destroy, closes, so. Who's printing out all this this crap about positions? Okay. That input. There we go. $18. Okay. Room 100. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Make sure draw rooms is in my draw. It isn't. Oh my goodness. It does the thing. It does it backwards, but it does the thing. Guys, check it out. Let me see. Oh, well, it won't print a bool? Oh, that's unfortunate. I probably should cast it as an int. But, okay, a lot of things look like they're probably backwards. No, actually, this one looks right. So this thing should be a 4x4, but it's not. So its doors are not. Okay, I think I know what happened. I recently wasted 3 hours trying to figure out why the model loader did an extra S in the file name. So I feel like no, I'm pretty sure I got rid of all the tries when I converted all these guys. Okay, so the room loader kind of works. The problem is, let me see, map rooms. Okay, let me see if I got this right. So, I is your exposition. Z. Okay, that's why. So I keep getting the Y's and the Z's mixed up, so that's probably it. So let me try that again. This time I think it should work. So every time you create a room, you write a doorway opening for all the adjacent rooms, regardless of whether or not they're alive, and when that room activates, it should... There we go! Window. Door. Window. Door. Why is this registering as a 2? It should register as a, Okay, let me see. Well, this is a 4. That's right. This is a 1. That's right. And the doors are facing the right way. This is a 1. Doors facing the correct way. Oh, I know. When you're at the border, it's probably grabbing something incorrect. Oh. Oh, this is incorrect, too. It should be a 3, and it's a 2. This is totally wrong. Well, I was doing so well. I don't know why it's wrong over here. Where am I at? This is the 5 block. So this should be a 3, and it's a 2. Okay, so the numbers at the top, for the most part, are completely useless. In fact, some of them seem to be overriding others, and I don't know why. Oh, wait. Okay. Where's that print statement? Draw rooms. Okay. It should be on line 18. So, instead of print FX, how do I print an integer? I forget. Print num? Joe? Okay, I'll try. Wait, what goes in front of is the 12 or the 018? Is that in front of the Joe printf? I think. I J K I J K. So let's see. Okay. Let me just... Okay, so I really only need to print down to 6. Okay. Okay. So let's try... Oh my goodness, so much stuff. I mean, there's stuff I can already fix. I know I should be fixing. Like the border checking problem. Okay. A lot of these entity IDs are incorrect. Also, so is the print statement. Crap. So, the first room I walk into should be, let me see, Z coordinate is forward, right? And the X coordinate is to the right. So this should be room 100. Entity ID is 1, which sounds right, but when it's drawn, it looks like it grabbed not 1. So, what's up with that? Okay, let's see, where do I count, let's see, map rooms. Actually, let me print out the door count. That's probably... No, because that doesn't... That's not residual. Okay. So I count all the doors that should be open on this thing. And then, door count, it determines your entity ID. This is single door. This should be straight. 2-door straight. That's because these guys match or these guys match. And then this is 2-door right angle. This should be 3-door. This should be 4-door. Okay, so now I have 1-door. Thing is, the entity IDs should properly line up. The door count is correct. Should be, at least. When I draw the rooms, I should be drawing it from their entity ID. So the entity ID... Data start P-data should have been copied here. Defined by the entity ID. So the entity ID should have defined where to get stuff. Now, where do we load in the doors? There's initialized rooms. Everything should be... All the adjacent doors are 0, angle 0, live status set to false. Okay. So then draw rooms, load rooms. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. One, 2 straight, 2 angled, 3 and 4. That looks correct. Okay, let's try running. I really wish I can get rid of that flashing. I thought that's what the fade out was for, but I guess not. Okay, so room 100 should be a 1. No, it should be a 0. Why is it a 1? It shouldn't have any other adjacent doors. It should have started at 0. Okay, now I'm moving into 101. It should be a 4. That's correct. 102 says it's a 1. That's correct. That's a straight. 103 is also a 1. That looks right. 104 says it's a 1, and it shouldn't be. It should be a 3. Well, I'll show you where we put the fade in, but I don't think it should be doing it the way it's doing it. This should be a 3. I don't know why it's not loading a 3. Let me just make sure that... Okay, well, anyway. This should be a right angle. I believe this is 204, leading to 205. 205 is a single door. So this thing's encoded correctly. What the? Uh-oh. It looks like, it looks like a couple of these polygons got dropped. We gotta fix that. So that, okay, let me get the field of view back up to 90. But also, the angle is wrong. Let me open to angle. Just make sure that all these polygons are still there. Look like they are. All these polygons look like they're still there. Okay, and let's turn on backface culling. Oh, that'd be unfortunate. Then maybe I just need to draw the most adjacent rooms. But why would be throwing away the stuff that's closest to me? Also, while I'm here, it looks like this thing needs to be, the whole thing needs to be rotated. Okay, well, I can deal with that. The problem is, I need to rotate this thing and it won't let me rotate it. Why would you control it with... I don't understand why you want to control it with a mouse. It the that part is not the issue. The issue is that it looks like the center of rotation is not even correct. It's like I can click rotate Z minus 90. What the? Rotate Z minus 90. Let me see. This is... Okay, that's basically centered. What about this one? This one's completely off center. So, wait, hold on. What are you instructing me to do? I don't understand. X. Okay. So first, before I start... Okay, Control-Alt-C, but what are you trying to do right now? Because nothing's happening when I press Control-Alt-C. Look, all I need to do is just nudge this thing to oh my goodness. Shift Control Alt C. Okay, yeah, that didn't help at all. I need to center this doorway, and the center of the geometry is not the center of this doorway. So I can point to a face that I want to make the center. Okay. Tab. Oh, okay, what's going on? Okay. Tab. Face. Okay. All right. Biorex, how are you even still up? Okay, so you moved the cursor, but you didn't really move the coordinate system. Well, I'm excited to see it, but right now I'm still trying to... Okay, Shift Control Alt C. Origin to 3D cursor. Cannot be performed. Okay. Alt C, origin to 3D cursor. Yeah, that didn't help. No, it didn't. The door is still off center. Here, I just need the center of this face to be the center of the coordinate system. Oh, look. It's not. It's way off. No, look at it. Look at that door. It is way off. How? I don't understand how you can think that. I want this doorway right here, this thing, to have its center overline with this x-axis. I mean, I have no idea how you think this is center. This is flagrantly off-center. Like here. This is closer to center. See, this door is centered. This door, hand-centered. Well, I mean, that's the coordinate system. That's what gets exported. What else would I be referring to? So yeah, I need the center of this face to be dead zero. All right. 0, 0. Oh, whoops. No, not Z. Not Z. 0. There. No, it won't. Look at it. It's just the way it was made. That's just how it is. I just need to shift it off to get centered on that axis. That's it. I need the doorways to line up. Otherwise, when I rotate or tessellate, it's not going to line up with the doorways. Okay, this thing. I need to shift everything so that the center of that selected face is dead zero on X and Z. Because they're two different axes. This door is aligned. This door isn't. That's just how it is. I just need to shift it along negative Y, but I need to do it in a precise manner. So cursor to center of surface. How can it... What? All right. I'm not even sure how you do a mass select. Is it just Shift, Control? Oh, another donation. Not quite started or satiated yet. Not quite satiated yet? What does that even mean? Okay, let me try B. E. Anyway, thank you for the donation. Not quite satiated yet, even if I don't really understand what you're getting at. There's the, Okay, so I got everything selected in wireframe. That should be north of Y. Or positive Y, or whatever. This is the right angle 2 doorway. I mean, I would like to know how to fix it myself, though. That's the thing. Shift S. Cursor to selected. Okay. Are you going to stretch this whole thing out? Because that's definitely not what I want to happen. Cursor to center. Okay. Oh, boy. Okay, Biorex, I'm going to start listening to you. Yeah, that's the thing. Why is it so hard just to describe a series of steps, though? I don't get it. Okay, how do I get out of wireframe mode? Is it like Shift B or Z? Okay, there we go. Okay, Shift A. Shift A doesn't really do anything in object. Okay, there we go. Why am I adding something? Okay, I think I can do that. I need to be in edit mode, though. Or at least to select the freaking face. So this guy... So what is... Shift S. Cursor to center. Okay, cursor's on the center, presumably. Alright. Wait, yes. Don't wait, yes, because there's a delay. Just describe exactly what you mean. The origin of that object, I don't even know. I don't even know where it is. I assume it's that yellow dot over there, but it's floating in the middle of the room. Okay. Yeah, it's this thing right here. Shift A adds things again. Create a... Oh my goodness. Okay, yeah, there's a new plane here that didn't need to be there. I don't know why that was necessary. Okay. Dang it. Okay, plane is still selected. Where even is that? Oh my goodness. It's not even an option. You know what? I think it'll be faster if I actually try to look this up. So, Shift. Scroll what? Guys, I need you to use complete sentences. I don't... Yeah, okay, great. Mouse wheel. Complete sentences, guys. That's the only way you explain stuff. What bar? This bar... What, this thing? Okay, this. So I did the scroll wheel above the bar that I'm pointing at, and it does nothing of note. Okay, what about it? So you want me to look for an option in this bar, but you didn't tell me what the option was. Actually, like... There what is? Why do you guys keep doing this? You're doing like single word responses that are, you know, are delayed. Okay. I mean, telling me to look for the magnet on the lower bar would have been a lot faster than what this was. Okay. Donut, that would have been an awful idea. What's a loop cut? Okay. Control R. Oh, this thing? Okay. What, did it not take on the bottom? Ah, crap. Okay. I'm loop cutting because the size of these polygons is way too big for when you're inside the room. Okay. So the magnet thing is already... It's not snap to vertex, it says snap during transform. Well, apparently not. Where would that... Is it this thing? Snap to vertex. Okay, so it's next to the magnet. It's not the magnet. Yeah, it wasn't... it's not snapping. I am moving the room, but it's moving smoothly. It's not snapping. What do you mean hover above the plane? The problem is that there... Okay, so what about that? So what do I do with this plane then? It's right there. It's a different object. I have to go and select that instead. Okay, yeah, it's a reference, but I don't want to do this by eye. I'm trying to... Okay, so I need to align that, but how do I do that? Great. Okay. Crap. Yeah, that didn't do much. Snapbone has been active this whole time. And it doesn't seem to do much. Okay, guys, I'm beginning to think you're not capable of explaining things. Blender, move object for vertex at coordinate. Nope. Guys, no, because you're saying you guys are able to do it, but it's how hard is it to write complete sentences? I don't understand. Not really, though. I mean, literally, if you guys just wrote down a series of key commands, this would have been done already. But it's like one word at a time. The screen coordinates are literally 0, 0, 0. If I can type them in, then it would be fixed. So here, let me try this. Okay. So, what do you mean, then the center vertex? What about the center vertex? You just said, and then the center vertex. That's not a complete sentence. Select what? Well, guys, I would appreciate if one person would decide to type out complete sentences. I'm just trying to undo all the, like, millions of commands that went nowhere. Yes, okay, I selected the entire object with A. Shift. Click. Nothing happened. Okay, well now I'm in vertex mode, and shift-clicking the center vertex still doesn't do anything. Let's try that again. Select all. Shift-click. Right-click. Okay. So, clicking doesn't do anything. Right-click selects it. But that kind of undoes the point of... Okay. Shift right-click. Okay, now I've deselected the center coordinate. Okay, so the vertex that should be at dead center, 0, 0, 0, is deselected. Everything else is selected. Okay. I don't really see the point of selecting everything before if that was going to happen. Okay, you want me to shift right click again. Is that what's happening? You guys are literally going in circles. Okay, well I've selected everything, deselected the centroid, and reselected it. So we are where we need to be. Okay, now it's moving with my mouse, which is not fantastic. Okay, the problem is the corner of the plane is not where I need it to be. Oh, crap. Ah, great. Okay. Wait, I thought this thing was snapping to grid. Yeah, it's not doing increments right now. It's just doing whatever it wants. Okay. It's not quite doing it. Okay, let's see what's going on here. We need to set it back to snap to vertex. Yeah. There we go. Okay. Guys, that was literally like 4 steps that could have been written out in 4 to 5 sentences, and it took us like 45 minutes. I don't understand. That's it. So here, I will write out the commands that would have done that. Yes, it's aligned. It's perfect. It just... Here. Yeah, look. Okay. So here, I will write out the steps of what needed to be done. Great. But here's the thing, though. It didn't take very long to explain it. I just don't understand why you guys couldn't have explained in words what you were talking about. It's not a very complex thing. You created a plane, you put one corner of it on the origin by using the increment step, and then you select your object, you go to vertex mode, you make sure that you're on vertex snapping as well, and you deselect and reselect the point that you're trying to snap to make that your selected vertex, and then you just move it by pressing G, making sure you're in snapping mode, and overlapping it with the corner that should already be on the origin. It's like 2 paragraphs of explanation. It shouldn't have taken 45 minutes. I mean, I'm happy that it's done, and thank you for teaching me, but holy crap, guys. It just literally took writing in sentences. I mean, but you guys were explaining by writing one word at a time with a significant time delay that I kept explaining, guys, I need you to actually write out what you want me to do, because otherwise I'm going to be doing stuff and you're going to be saying, yes, do that, and I'm going to be doing something else. Or like a summary of your strategy would have done it. Well, that's just the way it was made. So I had to just do the shift to correct it. Oh wait, I'm going in the wrong direction. I want this one to be moved into here. No, not here. Here. So that I may then do this. 0 keyframes, 1 scale, in core, I believe that was 2 angled window, and it's done. Go to my output, grab the file, copy it into my CD, and recompile. Because it wasn't created centered. The doorway was created off-center because he started the construction at the other door. So the whole thing used to be with the origin off on a corner. So there's no guarantee that any features are going to be centered. But when you do the slice cut, you create your centered vertex. Then you can move the whole thing by snapping the centered vertex over to some point. In this case, a point that we created by overlapping the plane with the vertex, or the origin. Well, no, because if I center the door, I center the windows too. So it's no longer an issue. Okay, first off, I gotta figure out why this thing is no longer... Oh, no! Crap, I forgot to flip this thing. This thing needs to be flipped around. Son of a... Totally forgot. There we go. The forward needs to be Z positive, up needs to be Y negative. We gotta re-export this thing. I like Crush 40, but no lyrics in stream. Okay, try again. 0, 1, in, core. Oops, crap. Oh, I hope it doesn't complain about that. Apparently not. Apparently it's not case sensitive. Good for me. Okay, well, I also need to take a look at number 3, because number 3 apparently looks correct. What? Let's make sure we export it correctly. Yeah, this is all for that. It's all for just making a first-person RPG on the Saturn. One that will be done sometime before the heat death of the universe. Green. Okay, colors are right. That's good. Now we gotta figure out why so this room shouldn't read 1, it should read 0. So room 100 should read 0, so something's wrong with my door counter. I forgot to change my field of view, I gotta do that. Okay, that's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. This is bad. This should be a 3. What room am I in? Looks like 104. 104 is reading as a 1, and it shouldn't. It should read as a... And this thing should be completely rotated, and it's not. Hey, this thingy here. I think there's tries here that aren't getting drawn. That would let me take another look at that model. But this is the this should be the right angle. Okay. Okay, let's open angled window. No, come on, just freaking edit. Let me just double check, make sure there's no quads here, but I forget. Faces by sides. How many? How many? How many? No edges? No faces? What? I don't believe that. No, there's no way. No, it wasn't correct. Oh, okay. But then, okay, I'll figure out a way to draw them intelligently or something. I don't know. Or I'll just remove one or two doors or one or two rooms. Room, map rooms, draw rooms, load room. No, generate rooms. That's what it is. So it was looking like it was drawing a triangle in the right angled room, but I couldn't find one in the model. Okay, 101. So here's the thing: heading north should be increasing your Z, right? .103, and then we should have 203, and then 204. 103, 203, 204. We can get rid of these two rooms. So there's 103, and then takes a turn at 203. So then we should have a 003. And just let me double check the map rooms to make sure I'm looking at things correctly. If something has one higher than you, that means it's on the north, right? So when you create a room, if you're one higher than someone, that means you're to the north of them. So, oh, that would explain some issues. Okay, let's try this new map, and then I have to start intelligently picking rooms to draw before it starts cutting me off. Okay. Ah, there we go. This room is correct. 1 door, 3 windows. And then this is a 4. There we go. 1, 3 windows. 1, 3 windows. I could probably make the turn speed a little bit faster. Hallway. This should be a 3. Okay. The 3 is correct. The 1 is correct. This guy still ain't rotating correctly. So the only problem is with the angled guy. But I can fix that. So for, not on create room, but on map rooms, 2-door right angle. Entity number 2. So find angle, case number 2. So if you don't have a door, okay, so by default, your default is facing south and east, right? And that's what it was defaulting to. But, let me see. If you have a north, then either you're facing west or east. So if you're east-facing door, then you have northeast. So in order to turn southeast into northeast, you should have to rotate 90 degrees. So that should be right. North and west, you should be able to turn 180 degrees. Oh, this should be a 3. That's why I wasn't changing. East, west. And then, nothing north. You have 1 door facing north, and you handle northeast and northwest. Now you have a door that faces east. So that must be east-south. So east-south is the default. And then you have a south-facing door, and then it must be southwest. Southwest, you do negative 90 degree turn. Okay, that was the issue. I was just looking at the wrong index. Bonnet, you're helpful often enough where you can afford to waste my time on stream, especially on a 13-hour stream. I've got plenty of time to waste right now. I need to fill up another hour and a half, and I'm not sure how much more productivity I have left in me. Oh boy. It's only once a year, guys. Next year it'll be 14. Okay, let's go find that broken room. Okay, so it would be fixed, save for the fact that these doors are still broken. Something weird about these windows. Maybe they're not being assigned a texture or something. I don't know. And then this. Look, that's clearly a try, is it not? And I reduced the number of rooms by 1, so it shouldn't be running out of vertexes unless... Okay, I'll prove it's a problem with the model. Because I probably screwed it up doing all that bullcrap on it. But, here, let's remake this map, but do 101, 1... Okay, 100, 101, 001. That's just a right angle. And we'll close off all these other options. Are you guys sending me stuff again? Okay, well, I'll look at it in a minute. I don't know why it's doing this. There's not even that much stuff. Okay. See? Only 3 rooms. The minimum required in order to do this, and those edges are still being screwy. and I still see 2 tries here. So it's not the vertex count, it's something weird happening. Okay, guys. So right now I want to focus on just this right angle room, but because these things shouldn't be happening, and there's not enough stuff on screen in order for it to be happening the way it is. Yeah, I mean, this is the model we just spent like 40 minutes examining, but yeah, let's go back to it. Yeah, it's this exact model. So these windows off to this side, let me see if I can... Oh, you know what? I bet it's that crap we were dealing with earlier. Let me see. Let me see. Whoa! Okay. Whoa! 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 Okay. I still have the snapping tool on. Let's turn that off. No, it's not. But it's these guys. It shouldn't have end gun. Look, I already did the search. Look. So select faces by sides. There's 0 3s. 2. Oh crap! There are end guns. Crap. 7. Here's the thing. The subdivision should have carried over through that line. Crap. Okay. Let's fix these. Oh crap, I was doing this earlier, now I forgot how to do it. Oh, nope, not that. Lower 2 edges of the window. GG. I mean, the problem is this guy here. Why would it be, why would it be the lower 2 edges of the window? This is also completely different from the way we solved it last time. Okay, I pressed... Okay, I did, and now this is happening. How is that helping? These guys aren't the problem, they're fine. Yeah, that makes so much more sense. Delete face. Two, 3, 4. F. There we go. See? That's super duper fast. Yeah. And that's why I was begging you guys, yeah, complete structured sentences, because by the time you can explain something else to me. There we go. Oh, let me view normals. Normal. Extrude, make normals consistent, set normal face. How do I just want to look at normals. Why can't I just view normals? Okay, I guess they're fine. Do you think the guys in Sega 2 decades ago were dealing with this kind of crap? Okay, but why do I need to do an edge slide? I now have 208 out of 208 faces with 4 sides, which is perfect and all I needed. So, okay, yeah, you're saying G&G again. What is the purpose of doing that? I don't understand why we're doing that. So, I mean, as it stands right now, the problem is solved from what I can tell. I don't know what you're trying to do with those windows. Because they're not really related to the problem. Which is solved. I'm kind of surprised that the model thing actually put up with the N-gons on there and just ignored it, because I remember earlier we had something similar happen and it just choked on it. Okay. Stress test. Let's put all the rooms back in and see what it looks like. Yeah. I mean, really, the simplest solution was literally just deleting those faces and remaking them as quads. So let's see if that actually worked. Hopefully it didn't remake them as tries, and it was intelligent enough to make a quad out of it. And fixed. Pretty. Okay, good. Great, great. Fantastic. Incredible. Amazing. Geez, like, if this was last year, this would definitely be the time I'd be calling it quits, but I gotta fill up another hour 15. And I don't even know what to work on next. Okay, well that's good. And all the room logic is working, and I'm wondering how far I can stress this guy. What's gone again? What are you talking about? Oh, are you talking about the connection, the signal? Oh, you know what? There's another problem I can fix. Freaking field of view. What did I set it to? Was it 90? It's 90. Ah. I mean, you've been a great help at the very least. So, don't feel like you have to stick around for the whole 13. Wouldn't ask that on anyone. Okay. Z display level 7. Field of view 90. Doorways are still disappearing. Yeah, I'm not trying to do that anymore. I think we're done with Blender for the day. What we can do is... Here, where's the draw command on the rooms? Maybe I can... I'll have the scale increase just a touch on the draw command. Map room logic is working great. Generate rooms is simple. Let me see. SL scale 1. Let's do 2. Scale factor. Oh, it's fixed. Sorry, fixed is equal to scale factor to fixed. Let's try 1.5 for now. Well, the rooms are already drawn connected. Oh yeah, let's do the stress test. Let's just do a whole buttload of rooms. Ew. Yeah, I guess I could do that. Okay, so current room. Now let's just keep that in 1 because otherwise I'm going to start fixing stuff. Oh crap. So draw. Find room limits. Well, okay, well, sorry to see you go, Biorex. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for all the help and the assets. But we'll see you on the Discord, and I'll keep working on Seniriu for the next month or so, and we'll see what happens on New Year. I mean, you've been on for a long time. You don't need to feel like you have to stick around if you don't want to. Especially if your internet's giving you problems. I'm sure you have much better things to be doing with your time. Okay, find room limits, right? So we have int min x, int room range is equal to, let's do 2 rooms away. Okay, Pona, quit trolling him and actually answer a question of mine. So for in C, can I just quickly call like min, and will that work for 2 ints? Is that like a built-in function, or do I need to actually program logic there? Current room x minus room range. Oh yeah, there you go, Joe Min. So that means here I need Joe Max. 0. In room X. Okay, so it's either going to be 0 or whatever 2 minus, or room range minus. Ugh. You know what I mean. I'm looking for 2 behind without doing underflows. Similar here, 2 ahead without doing overflows. So this is going to be Joe Min. And this is room num x minus 1. Why is... Oh, that's good. Okay, let's do... Click find replace. X replaced with Y. In selection. In selection, why can't it do... Okay, place all. There we go. And same with Z. go. And then okay, and there it is. There's draw only the next X rooms or something like that. And it'll be pretty obvious when we see it. Oh, wait, okay, you caught something. 283. You are correct, sir. That would have been disastrous. Yeah, well, we should all strive for that, I guess. I don't know. Oh no! He's not drawing anything. Why isn't he drawing anything? Maybe just plus an 8-2, but that wouldn't... We still have the rooms being generated. So what's current room set to? Maybe that's the problem. So we're doing the maximum of 0 and current room minus room range, and then the minimum of current room plus room range, and the absolute maximum index for a given thing. So current room where is that defined? Current room should... Okay, let's start out at... No, 100 should be... Oh, we should do update current room, but I'll leave that for a second. This should work. What's telling is that the room statuses aren't being printed, which means none of the rooms are activated, which means we're probably not entering that loop. Oh, okay, well now it's working. I should be able to see 2 rooms away. That looks like that's what's happening. And we're not updating current room yet, so that means if I start walking forward, I'll walk off the edge. Okay, so it was... Yeah, I don't know why that broke. Oh, maybe because the Y. So, I know why it broke. So, the Y only has 1 level to it. And I had less than max room, and I need to be less than equal to. So this kicked the entire thing out. Now I get to start updating current room. So if... where's player coordinate? I'm sure Draw has it somewhere. Oh, there it is. Okay, so player position. X is greater than or less than 0. And current room X is greater than 0. Player position X decrement by 10 or grid. By room grid. And current room X decrement by 1. Is greater than room. It's greater than room grid. Greater than or equal to room grid. And current room is less than max room X minus 1. Yeah, I'm sure, like, it's a wonder that I don't have actual trolls. Like, I know I've gotten a few robots today, which was, like, a new thing for me. But it's just weird not having people just come in and trying to harass me, like, for trying to be productive. Because that's kind of what I expect from the internet. Is like, oh, this guy's doing something difficult, it'd be really easy to throw him off. Let's throw him off. You know? And that hasn't happened. Most people who come on here are really supportive, which is nice. Oh boy! Anonymous. Oh, come on, Anonymous. We want to know who you are. Thank you for the $12, whoever you are. Add multi-tap support. Is that freaking, is that Slinga? I didn't even know these things had comments on them. Okay, I'm not going to call out Slinga, even though we all know it's Slinga, but, oh, boy. But thanks for the donation. I'm actually somewhat relieved. Like, I knew I wasn't going to get much done today because, you know, this kind of crap always happens. I knew I was going to get stuck for like 5 hours doing some stupid crap that could be fixed in a few minutes. But the fact that I have a dungeon I can walk through, and that I know I have collision code hidden around here somewhere, means that I could probably figure out something decent. Okay, so let's pay special attention to the... Oh, no, 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 no! How did that happen? I was about to say, let's pay special attention to the coordinate system. Oh my goodness! Ogre flow. Yeah, some weird crap happened. Looks like I forgot to replace a few things. Z. Okay, Z. Y. X. That should do it. Every time they draw, it's gonna check. Yeah, Shane, that's 12 snakes, guy, sling up. I don't think I reversed a sign anywhere. I'll double check after this one. Oh, I gotta get rid of this thing. Pono, do you mind taking a look at the fade in, fade out segment to see what's going on? Okay, so the position should tell me where you are. So, oh, you know what? 0 is not 0. 0 is like, I really should have current room labeled. Oh boy. What is going on? So the position is telling me something weird is happening. So if I go, it's subtracting instead of adding. So if it becomes less than, it should be adding, subtracting, adding. Yeah, you're right. It was a sign error. Good night, Biorex. Thanks for sticking around for so long. Okay. Is there anything else potentially going wrong? Because that sign error is kind of significant. The fact that the rooms are being drawn kind of weird. Okay. Here's what I need to do. I need to take a fixed and divide it by 2. Can I just straight up do that like an integer, or do I have to do SL div x or something like that? Well, I mean, yeah, sign errors are like one of the more common things you're going to run into, but they're usually easy to fix, so, you know. Oh, that's good. I keep forgetting about that. I'm definitely starting to lose my grip here, or losing my touch or something like that. So if it's less than negative, you need to bit flip before you do that. Greater than or equal to this. So the 0 is centered at the center of the room, which is not a bad thing, except I was assuming it wasn't, which means the coordinate shift doesn't happen where I want it to. I'm scared of having another soda because otherwise I'm probably going to be staying up later than I need to be. And I know I'd just end up playing. Oh, crap. I was supposed to get a Switch today. No one came by to ask for my signature for that Switch, which means the Switch is 2 days late. And I have Ring Fit Adventure, and I want to get Nintendo Swole. Working perfectly. Only took a couple tries. I mean, you say that like you're surprised. But no, this is great. I mean, really? I can afford a lot more than 2 rooms out, though, you know? In fact, what I should do is I should calculate Manhattan distance for each room and do like a really rough shape spheroid. Okay, so the space leaking through is windows. When I go through doorways, it's kind of clipping some of these guys, and I need to figure out a way of fixing that. Okay, here's what I'll do. I will, where's the scaling factor? Okay, scaling factor is going to have to be implemented basically everywhere. So let's do this here. Scaling factor. What do you mean spawn in the player? It's a first-person game, so like you are the player. The player is spawned in. You're controlling. Well, I'm controlling. You're moving around. As far as getting enemies, yeah, okay, I'm in no clip mode. You want me to implement collision, and that is difficult. I don't have time to do proper collision. I mean, I can try, but it won't go well. Yeah. However, let me try fixing the scaling factor. I'm going to try and bump up the size of the rooms, but at the same time, I need to bump up everything else. So let's... this should be over here, along with room. So what, SL mul FX. Oh, we don't need to do that one. We need to do default height. Scale factor. Is that what that was, right? Scale factor, yeah. And then cam height. Where does cam height come into play? Oh, there. Okay. So player height, player height, player height. Where's player height? Where's height? Oh, there it is. Okay. So instead of that, we do 0.05. Oh, crap. And do 0.8. And then speed. What's my move speed? Move increment. It's going to be 800 or 8,000. And now I can arbitrarily scale things. Yep. Damn hump. Oh, yeah, I remember that. I don't know why you had to remind everyone else of that, but I remember that. Okay, let's see if 1.5 times. Oh boy, SLMLFX. What is the problem there? 29. But you should be catching these kinds of errors. What's going on? This looks fine. SLMLFX. Maybe I'll go take a look for that. Okay, let's see what. I'll get rid of half of this crap. Don't need this anymore. Don't need this anymore. I'll keep that around. Yeah, I don't see that. Actually, here's the thing though. Sonic X had a third season that was essentially just a space opera for kids. So it's not like it didn't happen. Where's Joe Fix Malt? Okay, there we go. I don't know why it doesn't like that specific line. I thought SLMLFX was the correct thing. Apparently not. It is! Look, I'm using it right there. Why is it... Why are there three of them? You know what? I'm not even going to question it. Okay, you know what? No, I shouldn't have to change. This works. This should be correct. SL Mall FX. Oh. Okay. Let's copy that. Get rid of that. That's unfortunate. Which means when I use it, gamepad input, parse player input. Set default height. I think we need this. Set speed of movement. B-box. Wait, I'm not using bounding boxes right now, am I? Collision.h. Why? How? No, I haven't even opened collision.h. How is that happening anywhere? What's going on? I bet it's some crappy unsanitized input or something like that that I did forever ago. B-box. So what's B-box coming from? Is it coming from separate? It's probably coming from separate 3D. Yeah, B-box. Which means separate 3D should be able to be... Yeah, so is separate 3D in here? Separate 3D should be in my makefile, right? Yeah, it's right there. So what is the issue? Okay. Why would I whisper context sensitive into the mic? Tell you what, you make a donation, I'll do exactly that. For the kids. See, now I'm thinking about... I'm wondering, like, how it's supposed to be done. Like, you should do it, like, as a blanket thing? Or, like, an ASMR thing? Okay. Input H... Let me see, where's the inputs? Input H, 15, includes collision. $15 or 14? 14. No, input 15 gets collision. Collision... Okay, no. Okay, we gotta start from the top. Separate 9 is separate 3D. Separate 3D H, 15. Includes game object dot H. I don't understand what I did to actually break this part. 14 includes input. Input line 15 includes collision. Oh boy. And we are back at collision line 30. Unknown type name B-box. Well, had you included separate 3D, you would know what B-box was. So separate 3D should have bounding box defined. Why are you complaining about that? Okay, what did I just miss? Who did that? There's multi-tap support. I think I have to wait for this thing to update because I can't read it on the friggin' stream for some reason. Oh crap! Is this not muted? That should be muted. There's an issue. Right. Like I don't think I can do a Rex. No. So here's the thing. Now I gotta figure out how to do Rex. So it's like Shepherd, but I gotta go lower. I gotta have like 4 testicles. I gotta Shepherd. My throat's not participating for this one. I feel like I can do a Plinkett better than I can do a Rex. Shepherd. Okay, let me try this one. Context sensitive. That was Plinkett. Okay, let me try this again. It's for some phlegm. Context sensitive. No, crap. Why can't I do it? Context sensitive. No, dang it. Context sensitive. But I gotta whisper it though. So. Context sensitive. Yeah, sorry, I can't do Rex. I'm not a voice actor. What I can do is move the include so bounding box. Rex for Mass Effect. Rex. W-R-E-X. B-box. B-box, so separate 3D. Yeah, you really should play it. B-box, let me just try. I gotta figure out where this include needs to go, and I'm betting it's here? Thing is, the whole point of sanitizing includes is that you shouldn't have to do this. But it's not there. Game object. Maybe it's the order. Ah! So, okay, separate 3D It's not the problem is that it doesn't know what a B box is in not that. There. Yeah. So, in input, it's complaining that in collision is complaining it doesn't know what a B box is. So I think I need to bump up the include all the way up here. And if that doesn't work, here. What is going on? Unknown type name B box, but it's a struct. I've defined a struct. There. Okay, now there's a real complaint. I don't understand. Expected angle. The argument is of type fixed. Okay, let's go look at that actual line. Line 65 and game object age. But that's right. Launch create object. How is it expecting something different than what I told it to expect? I don't get it. The argument is not of type fixed. Okay, main C38. No, that's an include. Separate 15. Game object. Age 65. This is correct. I don't understand how it's getting complaints now when I didn't even change the code. Oh, no. It continues on from... Okay. No, it's the same freaking error. It doesn't know what a bounding box is in collision 30. So I have a pointer to a bounding box as an argument. Line 30. And it doesn't know what a bounding box is. Unknown type, name B box. No, but here's the thing. I put them all over here, but here, I can... No, not there, because I fixed some stuff. Here's what I'll do. That didn't solve the problem. The main error is that it doesn't know what this struct is, but it should. Because this struct is available for people to look at. It's a type that I defined in separate 3D. I should probably put this over here. This too. Unknown type name bbox, but the problem is bbox is a defined struct. Unknown type name struct. Seriously? I've never done that. Is that what it wants? Is that the proper way of doing things? I've never been told that. Struct bbox, which means over here I've got struct bbox. I gotta fix where. That's where it originates. Conflicting types for is bbox collide. Okay, struct box. Collision 186 is bbox collide. They're the exact same line. Oh boy, where do these things come from? I don't understand. This is the first time anything like this has happened to me. Okay, let's start from the top. Bunch of warning. Okay. Conflicting types for is bbox collide. Bool. Okay. Yes, bool. And bool. It's literally the same freaking line. They say the same thing. Okay, let's start from the very first warning. Struct bbox declared inside parameter list will not be visible outside of this definition or declaration. Okay, you know what? This is causing more trouble or more problems than it's solving, and it wasn't an issue before, so let's get rid of this word. Oh. Okay. Yeah, the thing is, it wasn't happening before. Okay, so input probably does not need separate 3D or collision at the moment. Thing is, one day input might need to consider collision. I don't know. Yeah, but that shouldn't have been a problem. I don't know why it was doing that. It shouldn't have been doing that. Uh-oh. What's going on here? The scaling factor didn't work. It's because I changed the scaling factor. The problem is the scaling factor doesn't seem to be working. Pose all to the right. There we go. 2.0 means grid. All right. Oh, neat. What'd you get? All I had to eat today was a steak I cooked myself for breakfast, and I probably should be eating a little bit more than that in one day. Mom and pop place for, what, pizza? Also, tonight is tomorrow almost, so I don't think there's any time for me to have pizza tonight. I haven't heard of any good mom and pop places, but there is a place called Dion's that serves okay pizza. Well, I mean, it is a chain, though. There's multiple in the city. Oh crap, I know what's going on. The grid hasn't been updated. Oh yes it has. Crap, what's going on? Is it being drawn with the scale factor? Well, it kind of has to be, actually. or we wouldn't be getting this problem. So yeah, the scale factor's there. Am I misunderstanding the scale factor? Do bigger numbers mean smaller objects? That wouldn't make a lot of sense to me, though. Should I have to scale the SL translate? I don't think that's necessary. I think I fixed it. Just had to get everything kind of consistent. Because it still didn't, Oh, the back face calling on the windows is gonna make things weird. Also, it didn't quite fix the problem with the hallways, kind of. Okay, there's some warping on the hallways, but some of them... There we go. So I can't tell if that's just me clipping through the walls or if that's... Nope. Okay, so I need to make things a little bit bigger. Also, I probably could have chopped up those these doors, because the problem is on here, but it's not here. See, it could be just be an issue of me not making the model right. I have to chop up these parts of the doors here, because these parts aren't chopped up yet. But the parts, the doors that are chopped up properly seem to work just fine. It's these that get in the way. Yeah, exactly. So what I need to do is I need to go back in the model, and well, I got 20 minutes left, so I guess that's all I really have time for. So let's see which model. Okay, so the 1 is bad. The 2, or sorry, 1 is bad. 3 is bad. Right angle 2 is fine. 1's bad. Oh, okay, 2 straight is bad. 3 is bad. And 1 is bad. 1, 2 straight, and 3. What about 4? 4 looks fine. So 1, 2 straight, and 3. That's the ones I gotta chop up. So let's do that. One. Control R. Control R. Control R. Whoa, 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 whoa. Not what I wanted. Okay, there we go. Okay, let's search to see if I screwed up anything somehow. Nope, all faces are quads. That's good. I should probably also do this. So 2 straight was a problem. Okay, you're gonna have to walk me through how to do that, because I've never done anything to do with lighting before. Actually, 229 out of 229. Okay, good. Uh-oh, I forgot to subdivide down here. Let me go back and double check on 2 straight. The light vector is... I'm not sure if I follow. What do you mean the light vector is in screen space? Okay, but with only one... Can I have multiple light sources? Because one light source gets really obvious. Okay, so, let me try to recompile, make sure I didn't break anything, but go ahead and walk me through how to do that. I'm guessing it's going to be done in the initialization in Joe main before I start the main loop. We've got 12 minutes to figure it out. Okay, so I'll put it in my draw. There we go. Ah, crap, I forgot to rotate everything. Okay. Okay, I gotta go back and fix that. Because the 1, the 3... Actually, a lot of things broke now. Okay, so give me a second to, because I have to redo all these exports. Core 1, Kingdom. Ah, crap. Alright. So, compile and run. We'll see if this didn't unbreak something. Okay. Everything seems to be in working order. Except this room. What's going on over here? What room was that supposed to be? Something broke over here, and I don't know which room it is. 3 is working. 1 is working. 2 is working. 4. Something broke. Two angle and 2 straight are both working, but something broke over here. I don't know what's left. So 2 angles working. This is a 4 and it's working. 2 straight is working. 3 is working. 1 is working, so there's nothing left. Unless it just gave up on drawing. Let me try to reset the scale, because maybe the scaling factor needs to be put back to where it was. Then I have to figure out a way to fix the scaling factor, because maybe there's a check somewhere that I forgot to do. And then we'll do the lighting thing, and I think that's going to be it for the night. Nope. Crap. This should be 0, 0. And then 1, 0. And then it looks like everything on this side is getting cut off somehow. And it shouldn't be. It wasn't before. Something changed. Some cutoff condition somewhere. Great, now I gotta fix this. Was it Z? Well, it's one row of rooms. What's the room number for Z? There should be plenty of rooms left in... Okay, wait. Oh, it's along X. It only allows for 3 coordinates, up to 2. So... yeah, X should be allowed to draw 1, 2... Okay, 2. And then 4... So yeah, I should have enough. It's cutting me off, though, so why is that? Yeah. So room range is going to be 2. This is correct. This is correct. Here, let's take room range to 1. What do you mean line 1 and 0? Line 1 and 0 are comments. What are you talking about? Okay, so I should be seeing these rooms, so room 201 should be displaying it's detecting room 201. Maybe it should print current room. Well, I mean, the level of complication here between 2D and 3D on the way I'm doing the grid system, and because I am using integer math and I am doing a grid system, it's not that different. So we're going to find out from current room if current room is not updating somehow. So current room, it says current room is 100. That makes sense. 00, 001, 100. Yeah, I should be able to see 200. So 200 or 201 is not, for some reason, not drawing. It really should be drawing, though. There's no reason for it not to be drawing. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, that wouldn't help at all. No, but the problem is not figuring out the coordinates to draw. The problem is that the draw command is for some reason not doing anything. everything on this side. It looks like it's cutting off x equals 2 draws, which means it looks like it's cutting off maybe, what's the draw? Yeah, but it looks like it's an off by 1 thing, but the logic is consistent with everyone else. Also, this print statement is getting sent out, so this presumably would have to have been called. Scaling factor is 1, so this should no longer be an issue. So the draw coordinates is going to be the grid size times the delta. So the difference between the room coordinate and the current room coordinate. It shouldn't be, though. Map x delta is coordinate x minus current room is. There's no room for it to be wrong anywhere. If I increase this by 1 and the problem is solved, then there's an off by 1 error somewhere. If not, then it's cutting off 2, and I don't know why it's cutting off 2. It's not specific to the room model, because all the room models have already been represented. So I start in a 2 turn, and here's a 4, and here's a 2 straight, and here's a 3. And they're all oriented correctly. Here's a 1. So they're all capable of being drawn. So the only thing I can think of is something to do with the check for the rotation, causing something bad to go wrong, because... Yeah, well, I want to fix this, though. So it wasn't this. It could potentially be something to do with the angle. It shouldn't be able to go negative. It doesn't make any sense. And there'd be a crash or something having to do with accessing a negative coordinate. There is nowhere for it to be wrong. I don't get it. But here's the thing. I can change this light to 6, right? And the same problem persists. See? Room's still not there. Despite the fact that I'm allowed to go to current room 3, 4, 5. But all these rooms, everything here... Here, let me turn up the room cutoff. Where's the room range? I think I've ever actually used this, but okay. Let's turn this into like 5. And maybe something to do with room range is screwing something up. They are not rendering, but they are entering that rendering argument in order to be drawn, or to be for the print statements to be put out. Yeah, so I'm drawing every room now, except these guys. There's no limit. But what would cause that? Here's the thing. For those print statements to be happening, we have to be getting in here so that this can trigger. So that means they had no choice but to go past all these draw commands first. But it's getting here because we're seeing the status for room 200 or 201 or whatever. It got here, so it had to have gone through here. So if something were to happen to cause... Right, but I didn't really change the logic of draw coordinates. Remember, the scale factor is currently 1, so that means room grid is exactly what it was. Map delta is an integer, so integers times floats should be fine. Doesn't make sense. And all these other guys are behaving just fine. In fact, I will prove that it should work for basically everything by doing, let's see, 0, 0, 0, and then 1. Zero, zero. 0, 1, 0, or 0, 1, 1. Okay. Some declaration I did that kind of screwed something up, because I don't think it is. So the same logic should work vertically, right? So I increased the number of floors by 1, and I added some rooms up there, so I should be able to see rooms above me. Uh-oh. Oh, they need to be negative. My bad. So let's, the draw coordinate. Yeah, negative y positive is still weird to me. There, see? So there's, rooms up here. Except, for y, now it won't, Hey, it didn't update my y coordinate for the current room either. Oh, because negative. Well, I believe that's the solution there. Yeah, I get it. But it doesn't explain x. I'm just trying to prove that I can do y. But now y is getting that weird issue. So here's the thing. Now y... it's not updating my current room still? Okay. Okay, so if I go into heavily negative y coordinates, I should add room grid, but then add the y coordinate there. My current room is not updating, despite the fact that I'm going into severely negative y. Okay, let's check. If y is less than 0.5, or less than 5, or negative 5, then I should add 10. current room is less than this. X plus 4? No. Where'd you see X plus 4? I don't see it. I don't see it. I don't see it. Well, let's find out. What? Okay, it's not letting me go. Oh, they're stopping me from going too low. But my current room is correct. There should be a room 110. See, okay, so this print statement, fourth from the bottom, room 1100 is the correct entity ID for drawing what we want to draw. So it knows what to draw. Presumably it is attempting to draw, but it cannot draw. And for some reason, on the bottom floor, it's cutting off at x equals 2. On the top floor, it's cutting off at x equals 1. So let's bring this one further. And also, let's fix the input so that it doesn't limit me on... Let me see. If I press C, add relative position. Where's that? Get rid of that. Okay, I'm gonna build a very simple skyscraper. How about that? So I'll have 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, and 0, 0, 1. And I'll do that 3 times. Ah, crap. And I'll set max number of rooms. Okay, 3, 2, and 2. 2. So it should only be 9 rooms, and we've already established that 9 rooms is plenty doable for SGL. So it doesn't want to draw the extra X on floors 2 and 3. Also, my current room is not correctly updating. It thinks I'm up here when I am down here. Yeah, so x equals 0 is in the center. And then when I hit -5, it rolls over to 5 and it introduces me to the next room. For some reason, it thinks I'm on floor 2. So I gotta fix that logic. Okay, so if my position is going to the negatives, that means I'm raising the room. Okay. Going up 1 floor is when you... Okay, so it's... when you go less than -5, and your current room is less than 1 less than the max, then you increase your room number and you increase your coordinate. If you are greater than or equal to halfway, or 5, that means you're going down a floor. And as long as you are current room greater than 0, you decrement your room grid and you decrement your room number. Okay. Render order should be the very first. X equal 2 would be the last one in the render order. Okay, so let's put this at 20, and we'll do min-max. Actually, let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so yeah, you're right, but the room I'm centered on should be... Oh no, the bottom left room. Okay, so it's tiling. It's starting from the least X, and it's tiling through Y and then through Z. If I want this problem, I think I'd want it with Y, don't you think? But here's the thing, even when I was very far away from render distance from everyone, it was still giving me that kind of issue, so I don't think it's running out of stuff. Okay, so we're gonna see what the min and max render are. It says I'm in room number 21? That cannot possibly be right. Oh, you know what? Let me just double check something. No. Nope, it's getting the room number exceedingly wrong. Here's the thing, though. It's getting the room number very wrong, though. Like, why is it saying 21? It shouldn't be saying 21 at all. Z doesn't have that problem. Okay, so it can only display what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 rooms at a time? That feels like too few. Okay, the problem was I wasn't incrementing that. That's why the 20 was showing up. That was something else. Let's do room range 1. Thing is, I would think that it would slow down the frame rate before it would try stopping to render stuff. Remember, last time we thought it was a problem like that. It was actually just a geometry problem with the Blender file. Okay, we can't see the top floor, but now we can. And when we're on the top floor, we should be able to see. Oh, crap. But that means I can only show like 6 or 7 at a time. This is actually kind of upsetting. Okay, so, alright. This is an issue. Okay. What does that do? Can you explain what SL Cache Purge is? So you want me to do it inside the loop or right before I start drawing? Loop through adjacent rooms. I mean, what I could do Purge cache. So if it's memory corruption, what do we do about it? So how would we know if it's memory corruption? Each one of these rooms is going to be between 200 and 250 probably. I do not, but I can try. Okay, so what we gotta do is we have to intelligently redesign these rooms to make sure that the polygon count is lower, but still not getting in the way of being able to block through doorways. That's doable. Yeah, exactly. Thing is, I need to be, like, I want to be able to look up a building. So maybe if I'm outside a room, there's a separate entity that is, like, only the external. Because I'm not even looking at most of these quads. A lot of these quads are tall. It's kind of sad I'm not able to just duct tape together these rooms like this. So I might have to do a second meshing. So it's kind of like mid-mapping rooms. Really, I do a second meshing of the room, and the second meshing of the room might be like, you know, a few dozen quads compared to when you're inside of it. I mean, the text or the subdivisions I did here are kind of garbage anyway. Like, look at how, you know, how small some of these things are. These didn't need to happen like that. I could probably figure it out, given some time, but not in time for the competition. What I'll do is I'll just design my dungeons as like one floor and then do an intelligent cone search for display, and I'll give myself a budget of like 2 or 3 rooms to display, and the rest of that is just going to be, you know, 500 or 700 quads for objects and enemies and stuff. But I'm running at a consistent 30. Anyways, I think I'm packing it in from tonight. I want to thank everyone for coming. People are kind of dropping off anyway. One last chance. Please donate to Extra Life. Link is down below. I will eventually push this onto YouTube. Alright, well, I mean, if no one else has anything to say, Shane, I'm trying to sign off, so I'm signing off now. Alright, good night, everyone. Thanks for joining me for Extra Life. Hope to see you again next year. Hope to see you guys in the competition. Yeah, well, I feel like I could have done more. I definitely slowed down a bit. But yeah, I'm out. Good night, everyone.